梦的入口长什么样？古人说，像一扇没有门框的门，你不用推，走着走着就进去了。今晚这个故事就是那扇门。
There is a garden somewhere in the long ago, and in that garden, a man has fallen asleep. The details are few. A body at rest, a stillness that has settled over him like warm cloth. And then, lifting from that stillness, gently without announcement, a butterfly. It rises from somewhere near his chest. Its wings open and close in the soft rhythm of something that has never known hurry. The color is pale, not white, not quite yellow, but somewhere between the two. The way certain kinds of light look just before the sun fully sets. The wings catch that light without holding it. They let it pass. The butterfly does not know it was sleeping a moment ago. And the man called Zhuangzi, the philosopher, the dreamer, does not know in this moment that he is a man. He is the butterfly. He is the flight, the lightness, the slow opening and closing of wings in warm air. He knows the smell of the garden, but he does not know it as a garden. He knows the warmth, but not as warmth, only as the felt thing itself, the aliveness of being small and weightless in a world that holds you without grasping. He is not aware of his name. He is not aware of his robes, his books, his long thoughts. He is only this, a creature of brief and sufficient light, moving through the world as if the world were made entirely of open space. Somewhere, without his knowing it, his body is lying very still. You can feel something like that stillness now, the weight of your own body, settled into the surface beneath you. The slow movement of your chest, rising and falling. The darkness behind your closed eyes, not empty, but soft, like the space inside the garden at dusk. The butterfly drifts, the man sleeps, and then there is a returning. It happens the way all returnings happen from deep inside a dream, not suddenly, not with a shock, but with a slow reassembly. First the awareness of weight, then the awareness of being bounded, of having edges, a surface, a name that belongs to you and not to the open air. The butterfly, or the memory of the butterfly, fades, the way the last of the light fades from a sky that is gentling into evening. Zhuangzi opens his eyes. He is lying in the garden, or near the garden, or in a room beside it. The familiar world has returned, the walls, the light, the feeling of being a particular person with a particular history, housed in a particular body. All of this comes back, not violently but steadily, the way water fills a vessel when the vessel is ready. He lies there for a moment. He does not move, and then the question arises, not with urgency, not with distress, with something quieter than either of those things, something closer to wonder, or to the feeling you have when you wake from a dream so complete that it left no edges you could find. He does not know whether he, Zhuangzi, had been dreaming that he was a butterfly, or whether the butterfly was, even now, dreaming that it was Zhuangzi. This is the question. In the words recorded and passed down across many hundreds of years, 不知周之梦为蝶，蝶之梦为周. It was not known whether Zhuangzi had dreamed the butterfly, or the butterfly was dreaming Zhuangzi. Two possibilities, one dreamer, or perhaps two, or perhaps the dreaming itself runs in a direction that neither waking nor sleeping can fully name. He does not answer the question. He lets it rest where it fell, open, intact, sufficient. There is something to learn from the way he holds it. The question is not a problem. It asks nothing of him, no resolution, no effort, no choosing. It simply opens a kind of space, wide and unhurried, in which two things can both be true at once, or neither true or true in turns, the way the garden is bright in the morning and dark at night, and neither brightness nor darkness is the final word. The butterfly dream is the most well-known dream in all of Chinese philosophy. It is short, shorter than you might expect for something that has lasted so long. A few sentences in the old text. A man, a butterfly, asleep, awaking, a question without an answer. That is all. And yet it has been held and turned and examined and breathed over by many hundreds of generations, because it describes something that is not a story about Zhuangzi alone. It describes something the listener may already know from the inside. The sensation of waking from a dream and not being sure for a moment where you were. The brief softness before the name returns. The feeling, quickly covered over by the business of the day, but real while it lasted, that the person who was dreaming was not entirely the same as the person who is now awake. These are not strange sensations. They are familiar ones. They are what happens at the border between sleep and waking, every night, for anyone who has ever closed their eyes and let the day go. The butterfly dream simply holds that border still, does not rush past it, does not explain it away, and says, "Here, stay here for a moment, look at this without needing to resolve it." The text that records the dream belongs to a world where this kind of question was taken seriously, where the boundary between a butterfly and a person was understood to be genuinely uncertain, genuinely permeable, in ways that will unfold in the chapters ahead. But for now, before any of that, there is only the image itself. A garden, a man at rest, a butterfly lifting, pale, unhurried, its wings opening and closing in the slow pulse of something alive in warm air. And the question that hovers over both of them, still open, still calm, asking nothing, only resting in the space between the dreamer and the dreamed. You do not need to answer it either. The question is a kind of shelter if you let it be, a space with no walls that require holding up, no conclusion that requires reaching. You can be inside it the way the butterfly is inside the garden, not understanding the garden, not naming it, simply moving through its warmth with wings that open and close, open and close. Your breath moves like that now, in and out, a small lifting, a slow settling. The man in the garden is still lying there, somewhere in the long ago. The butterfly is still drifting in the warm air of whatever season that was. The question between them, which was dreaming which, has never been resolved, and it does not need to be. Both of them are resting. The butterfly rests in the flight itself, in the ease of being small and light, in a world of open warmth. The philosopher rests in the not knowing, in the stillness of a question held without forcing. Either way, there is rest. That phrase, 物化之理, 物化之理, the principle of thing transformation, is where all of this lives. The principle that forms are not fixed, that what you are at this moment is not all that you are, that the butterfly and the dreamer are not opposites, but turns in a long, slow turning. And at the center of any turning, in the still place where one form has let go and another has not yet arrived, there is a quietness. That quietness is here. The garden rests, the butterfly drifts, the man breathes slowly in the grass, and his question floats above him in the warm air, unhurried, unanswered, asking nothing of the evening. The principle of thing transformation, Wu Hua Zhili, is older than the text that carries it. It did not begin with Zhuangzi, and it did not end there either. It is a way of understanding the world so fundamental to the cosmology of early China that it saturates every page of the old collections, every careful notation of what changed into what, every record of a creature that was one thing at dawn and another by evening. The butterfly dream is the most luminous expression of this principle, but it is not the only one. To understand what Wu Hua means, truly means, not as philosophy, but as lived cosmological assumption, it helps to slow down and enter the world in which Zhuangzi was dreaming. In that world, forms were not solid, not in the way we often think of solidity now, not permanent containers holding a fixed content. A form was more like a temporary agreement between matter and circumstance, a shape that the world had settled into for a season, a lifetime, a breath. The text records this not as theory, but as observation. Things transform, they always have. The natural state of all things is not to remain, but to continue, and continuation in this cosmology requires change. This is the heart of Wu Hua, not dissolution, not destruction. The word Hua, transformation, carries warmth inside it. It does not mean to be destroyed. It means to be carried forward in a new shape. Think of it this way. A cloud does not cease when it becomes rain. The rain does not cease when it sinks into the soil. The soil does not cease when it rises into the roots of a cedar tree, into the long, slow arms of branches, into the needles that catch the morning light. All of that is one thing, moving. All of that is Hua. Transformation is the mechanism of continuation rather than ending. Zhuangzi understood this not merely intellectually. He understood it in the body, which is perhaps why his dream is so physical. He does not describe the butterfly philosophically. He describes it in sensation, the happiness of it, the movement, the not knowing. Your breath moves slowly now, slower than it did a moment ago. The body already understands what the mind is beginning to approach. The philosophers who worked within and around Zhuangzi's tradition used the phrase Wan Wu, 10,000 things, as a way of gesturing toward the totality of what exists. All of it. Mountains, rivers, silkworms, sleeping men, dreams, rain, the particular color of the sky just before dawn. 10,000 things, and all of them moving. Not randomly, not chaotically, but in accordance with the deep principle of transformation. The 10,000 things arise from one source and return to it in a continuous, unhurried circuit. In this view, the boundary between a butterfly and a philosopher is not a wall, it is a membrane. What does it feel like to live inside this cosmology? To carry, in the back of the mind, this understanding that your current form is provisional, that you are, at this moment, a temporary arrangement of something much older and much larger than yourself. The old text suggests it does not feel like terror. It feels like rest, because if all forms are provisional, then the labor of maintaining this particular form, the effort of being exactly and only what you are, of holding the boundaries of yourself in place, that labor can be released. The muscles of definition can soften. You can let the membrane breathe. This is why wuhua, as a concept, carries no grief. The commentators on Zhuangzi do not mourn the transformations they describe. They watch them with something closer to wonder, or perhaps to simple recognition, the way you might recognize a river you have crossed before, knowing it is not the same water, knowing the river is still itself. The Soushen Ji, the collection in which this account is housed, is a record full of such transformations. Its pages are crowded with things that became other things. Fish that rose from the water and walked on land, stones that opened and revealed chambers within, plants that twisted themselves into the shapes of the animals that had once grazed among them. The compilers of that collection were not writing horror. They were writing natural history, a natural history that included, as a matter of course, the permeability of form. Zhuangzi's butterfly sits inside this world, not as an exception, but as an example. The most beautiful example, perhaps, the one that asks the question most clearly, but an example of a pattern that was everywhere visible to those who knew how to look. Notice how the weight of your body settles, the places where you rest against the surface beneath you, softer now than they were. This is the body practicing what the old cosmology describes, a slow, continuous releasing of form. The principle of thing transformation does not ask anything dramatic of a form. It does not require a sudden leap from one shape to another. It requires only what is already happening, the quiet cellular shifting that is the substance of all living things, the constant exchange of breath with the air around you, the slow passage of warmth through skin, the way the mind even now is loosening its hold on the sharp edges of thought. Wuhua is happening right now. It is always happening. And the most profound instance of it that most people experience, the one they cross and return from every night, is sleep. Consider what actually occurs when you fall asleep. Not the science of it, not the mechanics, but the experience. You are awake, you are yourself, bounded, named, holding your particular history in place. And then, gradually, without violence, without clear demarcation, the boundaries soften. The name loosens its hold. The history fades to the back of something very large and very quiet. And you are somewhere else, or you are nothing, or you are something that the waking mind cannot quite hold on return. This is wuhua. This is the principle of thing transformation, happening to you, gently, in the space between this breath and the next. Zhuangzi did not invent this. He described it. He described it so purely, so precisely that the description became a door. One that once you have walked through it, you find yourself on the other side of a very particular kind of understanding. Forms are provisional. Transformation is continuous. The butterfly is not a lesser form than the philosopher, and the philosopher is not a lesser form than the butterfly. They are two pauses in a long movement, like two notes in a piece of music that has no beginning you can hear, and no ending you can reach. The warm air of the garden, the one where Zhuangzi lies, where his question still floats above him. That air moves through the cedar trees at the garden's edge. The cedars breathe it in. They have been breathing it in their slow cedar way for longer than any dream remembers. Transformation is not something that happens to things from the outside. It is what things are made of. The man in the grass is made of it. The butterfly drifting above him is made of it. The dream itself, that particular quality of not knowing, of resting inside a question, is made of it too. And so are you as you lie here in the long, slow ease of a night that is asking nothing of you. The old text moves through this quietly. It does not shout its principle. The phrase Wu-hua ji li appears almost softly, as if the text itself knows that the principle does not need to be argued for. It only needs to be named, the way you name a river, not to define it but to give yourself a way to rest beside it. The forms around you are resting too. The air is still. The particular arrangement of things that has been all day a waking person, that arrangement is beginning to soften, to breathe differently, to become by degrees something quieter and more open. This is not loss. The old texts are very clear on this point. This is the principle of continuity dressed in the language of change. You do not disappear when the form shifts. You continue, in a different agreement, a different temporary shape. The butterfly lifts from the sleeping philosopher's chest, or the philosopher settles into the dreaming butterfly's stillness. The direction has never mattered. What matters is that the movement is gentle, unhurried, warm, without edges. What matters is that somewhere in the middle of the transformation, in the still place at the center of any turning, there is a quietness that does not belong to either form. That quietness is here now. The night holds it, the cedar trees hold it, the warm garden holds it, and the principle, old as the collections, older than the records, running beneath everything like a slow river beneath soil. The principle of thing transformation holds it too. It holds it the way sleep holds a dreamer, without effort, without question, simply open and warm and continuous, the collection of records known in its own time as a gathering of the strange and the witnessed, does not treat the boundary between butterfly and person as a poetic border. It treats it as a door. And in those pages, the door opens, again and again in the same quiet way, without ceremony or alarm. Something that was a butterfly becomes something that is a person. And the text records the fact with the same tone it uses to record the weather, or the depth of a river, or the name of a mountain. This is what happened. This is what was seen. This is the world in which Zhuangzi's dream was told. Not a world of pure abstraction, where the butterfly was always and only a symbol for something else. A world where transformation was understood as a real event, observable, documentable, belonging to the ordinary texture of things. And that changes everything about the dream. When the philosopher asked his question, not knowing whether he had dreamed himself into a butterfly, or whether a butterfly was dreaming itself into him, he was not posing a riddle without an answer. He was standing inside a cosmological fact. He was asking a question whose terms were both known to be real. Zhuangzi could become a butterfly. A butterfly could become Zhuangzi. The literature of his world said so, plainly, in the same careful hand that recorded mountains and rivers. So the question is not, could this be true? The question is only, which way is it running? The Soushen Ji contains in its long and careful inventory of the world's stranger arrangements more than one account of a butterfly crossing the border into human form. The details vary, the circumstances shift, but the structure beneath them stays the same. A small winged creature, carrying no more weight than a breath, carrying no more light than a reflection on water, and then a person. a threshold crossed so quietly that the crossing itself leaves almost no record, only the before and the after. In one account, the transformation is gradual, in the way that mist does not become morning all at once but arrives. There is no single moment when the wing becomes the shoulder, when the antenna softens into the arc of a brow. The boundary is not a wall, but a gradient. And this is the texture of so many transformations in the older literature. Not a sharp turn, not a breaking, but a slow, continuous movement, like the river that rounds the stone over 10,000 years without ever striking it. Your breath moves in and out even now, without your arranging it. The body knows how to continue without needing to be asked. In another account, the transformation happens in sleep. The butterfly rests on a stone, on the broad leaf of a lotus, on the warm stone of a garden wall, and while it rests, the form releases, not violently, not with effort, the way a hand releases something it has been holding when the hand finally, at last, decides to rest. And what rises from that resting is a person, blinking slowly in the same garden, warmed by the same stone. Sleep is the medium. Rest is the mechanism. The form loosens in stillness in something new or something continuous, carrying the same thread in a different weave, emerges into the morning. There is a word used in these records for the small spirit or animating essence that moves between forms. It is understood not as something that the body contains, but as something that the body is one arrangement of. The cedar tree in the night garden is another arrangement. The river beneath it is another. The butterfly and the philosopher are two more, none of them possessing the thread, all of them being the thread, for a time in a particular shape. And so when the butterfly lifts from a stone and becomes a person, what has happened is not that one thing has been destroyed and replaced. What has happened is that the thread has shifted its looping. The same substance, the same animating principle, now gathered into a different form, wearing a different face, carrying a different weight. Still continuous, still warm. The text does not ask us to be surprised. It asks us only to look. Notice how still the room has become around you. The weight of the blanket or the bed, warm, continuous, simply there. The darkness behind your eyelids has its own soft texture. This is a form too, the form of rest, and it is as real as any other. In the accounts gathered by Gambao, the historian who understood that the world was stranger and more continuous than any single discipline could contain, the butterfly transformation appears not as an exception, but as an example of a principle that runs through the whole collection. Things transform, not because they are unstable, not because they are unreliable, but because transformation is what they do. It is their nature, the way the river's nature is to move toward the sea, the way the moon's nature is to complete its circuit and return. The butterfly becoming a person is not a rupture in the order of things. It is the order of things, observed carefully enough. And this is why Zhuangzi's dream belongs here, in this collection, among these records, not as philosophy stranded among stories, but as philosophy that knew from the beginning that the stories were true. The question, that famous unhurried question, the one that has rested in the air for more than 2,000 years without needing an answer, was not a philosopher playing games. It was a philosopher standing at the threshold that the Soushen Ji records again and again with steady care. He had dreamed himself across that threshold, or something had dreamed him across it. He woke at the boundary, blinking in the same garden, uncertain which side he had started from. And the collection, if you read it long enough, if you let its accounts settle in the way water settles in a still pool, the collection says, both sides are the same ground. The dreamer and the dreamed are two stops on a single unbroken circuit. The butterfly is one station, the philosopher is another. The dream is the passage between them, warm, dark, unhurried, belonging to neither and carrying both. When you sleep tonight, something similar happens, not in the way of metaphor, in the way of the old records, the way of the actual and the documented. The body softens, the boundaries of name and shape and daily weight, they ease. The thing that is most you in the deepest sense does not disappear. It simply releases the particular arrangement you wear during the day. And in the space between waking and sleep, in the warm and unhurried passage between one form and another, there is a moment, very brief, very quiet, when you are neither one nor the other. Just the thread itself, just the moving. The Soushen Ji records it. The philosopher dreamed it. The butterfly lived it. And you, now, in this bed, in this night, in this particular darkness that is yours alone, you are somewhere on the same circuit. Perhaps you are the dreamer, settling into stillness, the weight of the day lifting from your chest, the way wings open. Perhaps you are the dreamed, held gently in a larger imagination, resting in warmth you did not make but can trust. It does not matter which, the passage is the same, the warmth is the same, and the records say, patient, steady, written in the same hand that records the river and the mountain and the depth of the snow. The records say that what moves between forms is not lost, not even briefly, it simply moves. The butterfly is not gone when the person rises. The person is not gone when the butterfly lifts. Something carries forward, the way a river carries a reflection, not by gripping it, not by preserving it, but by continuing, by moving, by being continuously what it is. The night is that river, and you are already on it, already moving slowly toward the quieter water. The shore on the other side is sleep, deep, unhurried, without edges, and the same thread that has moved through butterfly and philosopher and dreamer and dreamed moves through you now. Softly, continuously, without needing to be named. There is a room, it is not large. The walls are plain, the way walls are when a person has stopped needing them to be anything more than walls. A mat on the floor woven from river grass, smooth and slightly cool at the edges. A low table nearby, where earlier there had been writing, ink still dark, not yet dry. And now the brush rests, and the ink rests, and the writing rests with them. This is where Zhuangzi lies down, not dramatically, not with ceremony. A man who has been thinking for a long time, wearing the layered robes of a scholar, the outer robe heavy at the shoulders, heavier at the hem, the kind of weight that you carry all day without noticing until you finally stop moving. And he stops moving. He settles onto the mat, and the robes settle around him, and the room becomes a little quieter. The weight of those robes is worth staying with for a moment. Heavy silk and woven cotton, layer upon layer, each layer carrying the morning's decisions, the afternoon's words, the long accumulated weight of being a person with a name, with the specific name Zhuangzi, in a specific place, in a specific time. The scholars of that world wore their clothing the way they wore their thinking, close, layered, structured. The robe did not merely cover the body, it announced the body. It said, here is a man, here is his rank, his learning, his place in the order of things. And then he lies down, and gradually, very gradually, the robes stop mattering. The cloth is still there, heavy as ever, but the body inside it grows quiet. The shoulders, which had carried the weight all day, release it softly, not all at once, but in stages, the way a stone cools after sunset, slowly giving back the warmth it borrowed from the sun. Your own body knows this release, the place where your shoulders meet the surface beneath you, the small surrender of weight that happens without your permission, the way the body gives itself over to stillness before the mind is ready to follow. Zhuangzi's mind, that particular and restless mind, does not follow immediately either. He lies still, and the thinking continues for a while. The same way a river continues to move under ice, not visible, but not gone. Thoughts about the nature of form, about what the catalogs and commentaries and teachers had said and had not said, about the question that had been sitting at the edge of all the other questions for as long as he could remember. What is the boundary between one thing and another? And is it real? And where does it live? These thoughts move through the quiet room, and gradually, softly, they begin to thin. Not because they are answered, not because something interrupts them, but because the body is already asleep, or nearly so, and the thinking after a long day has earned its own dissolution. The lamp, if there is one, is very low. The room holds its breath, and then, without a moment that can be named, without a door or a threshold or any visible crossing, he is not in the room anymore. He is in the garden, or something like a garden, or something that the dreaming mind calls a garden, because it has no other word for a place where everything is open, and light moves in a way that makes no claim on time. There is warmth here, but not the warmth of afternoon, more like the warmth of something that has never been cold. There is movement, but without urgency. And in that movement, in that warmth, in that open and luminous somewhere, there is no robe, there is no name, there is no scholar, no teacher, no man who wonders about the nature of forms. There is a flutter. Light as a seed on wind. Light as the space between two heartbeats. The creature does not think about being a creature. It does not think at all, not in the way a philosopher thinks, not in the way a man with ink still drying on his table thinks. It moves through light the way light moves through water, without resistance, without intention, without a self that watches itself moving and asks whether the movement is real. This is what the dreaming gives. This is what the dreaming takes. Because to become the butterfly, not to observe it, not to think about it, but to be it genuinely and completely, in the way that only the deepest dreaming allows, is to lay down the name, to lay down Zhuangzi, to set aside, just for this interval, the whole elaborate architecture of being a specific person in a specific body who has been alive for a specific number of years and has specific questions that have not yet been answered. The robe does not follow into the dream, and for the duration of the dream it is not missed. It is somewhere between that uncrossable moment when the dream is fully itself and the first distant sound that comes from the direction of waking, a bird perhaps, or rain beginning on the roof, or simply the body's own quiet announcement that it has rested enough. It is somewhere in that space that the strangeness begins. Not a violent strangeness, not a frightening one, a soft strangeness, the way mist is strange, present, real, altering everything it touches, and yet impossible to hold. The dreamer begins to return, not all at once, in the way that ink spreads through water. That image, that particular and patient image, first a dark thread, thin as a hair, unfurling slowly from a center that was always there but not visible. And then a little more, a shape beginning to form, not sharp yet, not declared, but present in the way that shapes are present before they are finished, already recognizable, not yet named. The weight returns first, even before the eyes open, before the thoughts return, before the word Zhuangzi assembles itself from its letters. The weight returns. The body feels the mat beneath it, the cloth of the robe against the skin, the particular gravity of this body in this room. And then there is the breath, long, slow, the breath of a body that has been breathing without supervision for some hours, doing what it was made to do, keeping the life moving through the dark and the stillness without any assistance from the thinking mind. That breath, coming in and going out, is the first sound of waking, the first proof that the body was here the whole time, even when the mind was somewhere else entirely. Your own breath is doing this now, slow and quiet and continuous, keeping the form in place while the mind drifts wherever it goes. The breath, and then, gently, like a name called from a long way off, the thoughts return. Not all of them, just the nearest ones first, the ones that were sitting closest to the surface when sleep finally came. The ink drying on the table, the particular question that had been sitting at the edge of all the others, and then the question itself, arriving like the rest of the morning arrives, slowly, without drama, in pieces that assemble into a whole. He had been dreaming. Yes, he remembers dreaming. He remembers, and here the remembering is soft, like the memory of a smell, not sharp like the memory of a word. He remembers flight, or something like flight, or the feeling that would be called flight if a butterfly could name what it does when it moves through warm air from one flower to another, which it cannot, because it does not name things, because it does not need to. He remembers not having a name. And now, lying on the mat, in the robes, in the room, he has one again. The ink is dry now on the table nearby. The question that he had been writing toward is still there, patient and unchanged. But something has shifted in the quality of the question, not its content, but its weight. It feels this morning like a question that does not need to be answered in order to be held, because he has been for a few hours, not Zhuangzi. And now he is Zhuangzi again, or something that wears the name without strain, or something that has agreed, for the time being, for the duration of the daylight hours, to be the thing the robes describe. The text records it simply, without drama, in the voice of a catalog entry that has seen many transformations, and is not surprised by any of them. It was unknown, Buji, whether Zhuangzi had dreamed the butterfly, or the butterfly was dreaming Zhuangzi. Not unknown in the sense of a problem waiting to be solved, unknown in the sense of a river at night, dark and deep and moving, present, real, doing what rivers do, and there is no shame in not knowing where it goes. He lies there for a moment longer, on the mat in the room, with the weight of the robe around him and the memory of not having weight still warm somewhere behind the eyes. Two forms, two names, one thread. The same thread that has always been there, carrying the transformation forward the way it carries every transformation forward. Quietly, without announcement, from one shade to the next. And perhaps in that moment of lying still, not yet risen, not yet returned fully to the work of being a named and particular person. Perhaps in that moment, Zhuangzi is neither. Perhaps in that moment he is only the warmth, only the breath, only the slow, unhurried current between one form and the next, resting for a breath in the space between, which is not nothing, and is not something, and is exactly the place where sleep lives. The butterfly does not know it has been dreamed. This is the first thing to understand, and perhaps the most important. When the light comes, the cool, diffuse light of a garden in the hour before full morning, the butterfly does not pause to ask how it arrived. It does not question the flower it rests on, or the particular quality of the air moving through its wings, or the warmth that comes from somewhere deeper than the sun. It is simply there, fully there, the way only a creature without a name can be fully anywhere. And then for a breath, something shifts. Not violently, not with the sudden shock of cold water or the hard edge of a stone. Something shifts the way mist shifts, barely at the margins, where the form has always been least certain. A weight arrives that was not there before. Not the weight of the body. The butterfly still has its body, still feels the faint tremor of wings against the air, but another weight, the weight of thought. The butterfly does not have a word for what thought is. It knows the pull toward a pale flower, the warmth of a stone in the sun, the difference between a shadow that moves and a shadow that stays. These are its coordinates, its entire world. And now suddenly there is more, a kind of interior depth that has no shape and no edge, a knowing that does not come from the senses, that arrives from somewhere the wings cannot reach. For a breath, the butterfly holds a philosopher's thoughts. It does not understand them. Understanding is not the point. The thoughts move through the small and luminous body, the way wind moves through a field of grass, bending it briefly without changing what the grass is. There is something in those thoughts about form, something about rivers, something about names, and the distance between what a name says and what the name thing is. The butterfly cannot hold these thoughts the way a hand holds water. They do not stay in one place, but for that one breath, they are there, and then they are not. The butterfly is again only the butterfly, the flower, the warmth, the gentle tremble at the edge of a wing meeting the air. This is what it means to be the dreamed, not a lesser experience than dreaming, not a shadow version of the real thing, something wholly itself, with its own texture and its own dignity. The dreamer carries the dream the way a river carries a boat, awareness moving forward, holding the shape, directing the current. But the dreamed is the boat, and the boat knows the water in a way the river does not know itself. The butterfly, for that one breath of borrowed weight, knew the water. There is a particular quality to sensation in the butterfly's world that is difficult to describe from outside it, and so it is worth staying here a moment, in this garden, in this light, without hurry. The butterfly does not experience time the way a philosopher does. Time for the philosopher is a long corridor of cause and consequence, this thought leading to that one, this year standing before the next. For the butterfly, time is something more like weather. It arrives, it changes, it is fully what it is, and then it is something else, and the transition between them is not a problem to be resolved. The flower is vivid, the air carries something sweet from the southeast, a cloud passes, and the light shifts, and the world is briefly dimmer, and then bright again. This is the whole of it. This is enough. And into this sufficiency, for one breath, the philosopher's thoughts arrived, like a stone dropped into a still pool, not shattering the surface, but changing it, sending something outward that moves until it doesn't. and then the pool is still again, and the stone is at the bottom, and the water is still water. The butterfly did not ask for the thoughts. It did not summon them or seek them. They came the way dreams come, without invitation, without warning, in the space between one thing and the next. And perhaps this is the detail the Zhuangzi passage carries without quite saying, that to be dreamed is to be visited, that the dream does not remain unchanged by the visit, even if the change is small, even if it lasts only for a breath. Something came, something passed through. The butterfly resting on the flower after the weight has lifted is not precisely the same butterfly that rested there before, not different in any way that could be measured, not different in any way that a name could capture, but different the way a room is different after someone has been in it and gone. A warmth in the air, a slight rearrangement of the dust, something that the senses barely register, but that is nonetheless real. Your own breath right now moves through you this way. Whatever you were carrying when you first lay down tonight has been shifting slowly as the minutes have passed. The thoughts that felt sharp and close an hour ago have begun to soften at the edges, the way all things soften at this hour. The body grows heavier, which is its own kind of grace, the weight that means letting go. Something is moving through you as it moved through the butterfly, not asking anything of you, not requiring a response, only passing through. Now, there is the question of what it means to be the dreamed in the tradition surrounding this passage. In the text collected under the name Soushen Ji, the investigations into the spirit, the butterfly appears in both directions. It is a creature that becomes a person, and a creature that holds, in brief flashes, what a person holds. What is remarkable is that neither direction is treated as a violation. There is no sense of intrusion in these accounts, no language of wrongness or aberration. The form moves, the substance continues, and the text records both events in the same calm, observing voice, the same voice you might use to note that it rained on a particular afternoon, or that the river was high after the spring thaw. The dreamed is held in that same calm gaze. The passage says it was unknown whether Zhuangzi had dreamed the butterfly, or the butterfly was dreaming Zhuangzi. This is sometimes read as a philosophical puzzle, a paradox, something to be turned over in the mind, a knot to be worked loose. But there is another way to hold it. The passage treats both possibilities with equal weight. It does not reach for one over the other. Both are present, both remain, and in that equal presence something becomes clear that argumentation could not make clear. That dreamer and dreamed are the same kind of thing. Neither is more real, neither is the original, and neither is the copy. Both are arrangements, temporary, intricate, genuine, of something that is neither butterfly nor philosopher, something that has no name because it predates the need for names. The butterfly, in the moment of the dream, was an arrangement through which something philosophical moved, and the philosopher, in the moment of the dream, was an arrangement through which something like pure sensation moved. The warmth, the flower, the faint tremor of wings, they passed through each other the way two currents pass in a wide river, each changed by the meeting, each continuing after, neither quite the same but both still river. The butterfly lands again. It has no memory of the philosopher, or more precisely, whatever the philosopher's thoughts left in it is no longer distinguishable from the rest of what the butterfly is. The thought dissolved into the body the way a single breath of warm air dissolves into a room. It is there, distributed, nowhere in particular, impossible to point to, and this too is not a loss. The dissolution of the borrowed weight is not a diminishment. The butterfly is not poorer for having held the thoughts and released them. It is, if anything, exactly what it was, but the world it rests in is, by the smallest measure, wider. Something passed through the space it occupies. Something recognized it, briefly, as a form worth inhabiting, and then moved on. This is the strange dignity of being dreamed. To be dreamed is to be chosen, not by will, not by calculation, but by the deep and sourceless movement of the substance that flows through all forms. Something needed a butterfly. Something needed these wings, this lightness, this particular quality of attention that moves from flower to stone to shadow without hierarchy, without preference, without the ache of the unanswered. And so a butterfly was for one breath the shape that the dreaming took. The philosopher woke. He lay there on the mat. You've already felt that moment, the warmth of the robe, the weight returning, the slow reassembly of a name. But the butterfly did not wake, because the butterfly had never been asleep. The butterfly was the waking side of the dream, the side made of sensation and light, rather than thought and continuity. And the butterfly went on. As the morning deepened, as the sun moved, as one flower spent itself and another opened, the butterfly went on, carrying nothing it knew it was carrying, changed in ways no observation could detect, fully and completely itself. There is something very gentle in this, something that the night around you holds, right now, in the same way the garden held the butterfly, without grasping, without demanding. The night does not ask you to be anything other than what you are in this moment. The weight of the day has been the philosopher's weight, the names, the thoughts, the long corridor of cause and consequence. And the night, coming now, is the butterfly's side. Pure sensation, warmth, the soft alteration of breath, whatever is moving through you at this hour, whatever the thinking mind is slowly, gently releasing. It passes through the way thought passed through the butterfly, touching everything, changing nothing you can name, and then quieting. The butterfly rests on the flower holds the butterfly, and neither one knows whose dream this is. There is a question at the center of all of this. You have heard it before, in some form or another, sitting with the entry as it was first presented, returning to it through each of these different angles of light. The question is simple to say, it is very difficult to hold without wanting to close it. Zhuangzi woke. He had been a butterfly, or the butterfly somewhere in its brief and luminous passage had been Zhuangzi. He could not say which. He wrote the question down, or someone wrote it down for him, in that old way the old texts carry things, passed hand to hand across the centuries, and then he left it there. He did not answer it. This is the part that deserves to rest inside for a moment. He did not answer it. Not because he forgot to, not because the answer was obvious and needed no stating. He left it open with the full deliberate care of a man who understood that some questions are not problems to be solved, but places to inhabit. The question itself, the not knowing, the gentle wobble at the center of the thing, was the point. There is a long tradition in the philosophy that surrounds this dream of holding questions in exactly this way. Not questions born of ignorance, but questions maintained in full knowledge that closing them would lose something essential. The Chinese term for this way of sitting with the unknown carries within it a kind of ease that the English word unanswerable does not quite hold. The unanswerable in English sounds like failure, a door that will not open, a lock with no key. but in the current of thought that flows through the text and around it, the open question is not a locked door. It is a gate left deliberately ajar. It invites you to stand in the opening, feeling air on both sides. The principle of thing transformation, Wu Hua, that was described in an earlier chapter, rests entirely on this kind of openness. If you had to choose, if you had to say, now this is one form, and now this is another, with a clean line between them, the line would hold everything in place. The butterfly would be a butterfly, and Zhuangzi would be Zhuangzi, and the dream would simply be a dream about an insect. But the text does not draw that line. It lets the two bleed gently into each other, and in the blurring something becomes visible that sharp edges would have hidden. This is not carelessness, it is precision of a different kind. The philosophers who carried these ideas forward understood that the mind wants resolution, the way water wants to run downhill. It is not a flaw. It is simply what the thinking mind does. It moves toward conclusions, toward solid ground, toward the satisfying click of a question that has found its answer. And for many questions, this movement is right and good and necessary. But there are other questions, deeper ones, older ones, the ones that arise in the hours between midnight and morning, where the movement toward resolution is itself the thing that closes off the truth. You may have felt this in your own life, a question that seemed for a long while like it needed answering, and then one day, without deciding to, you stopped needing the answer, and in the stopping something loosened. The question didn't go away. It was still there, but it had become comfortable somehow. It had become something you could rest near rather than wrestle with. The butterfly dream works this way. Zhuangzi's question, was he the dreamer or the dreamed, cannot be answered, because the very framework that would allow an answer, the framework that says there is a Zhuangzi here and a butterfly there, and one dreams the other, is precisely what the dream has temporarily dissolved. To answer the question, you would have to reinstall the boundary that the dream removed. And if you reinstall the boundary, the question disappears, not because it is answered, but because you have arranged things so it can no longer be asked. This is why the text is so careful. The words move like water around a stone, and the stone is the question itself. Zhuangzhou meng die meng Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzi dreamed a butterfly dreamed Zhuangzi. The original Chinese holds both possibilities in a single balanced gesture, one line mirroring the other, neither one weighted above its twin. The text does not lean. It rests in the middle, and the middle is where the truth lives, not as a synthesis, not as a compromise, but as the actual location of the thing. Somewhere in your chest right now, something is settling. The breath moves in, and it moves out, and somewhere in the space between those two motions, there is a moment that belongs to neither direction. Neither inhale nor exhale, just a brief open stillness. The question lives there, in that little gap, in the space that does not yet know which way it is going. You do not need to know which way it is going. The tradition that surrounds this question developed over many centuries, a particular kind of skill that might be called resting inside uncertainty. It was not celebrated as a minor virtue or a consolation for people who could not figure things out. It was described as one of the highest capacities a mind could develop, the ability to remain present with the unresolved, to neither force a conclusion nor retreat into distraction, but to simply stay inside the open space, inside the question that has not closed. This is a difficult thing to do when the mind is busy, when the day's thinking is still running, when the list of unfinished concerns is still circulating. The open question feels like one more thing that needs attending. The thinking mind says, but surely there is an answer. Surely if we turn it over one more time, examine it from one more angle, the shape of the solution will appear. But you have been turning it over all day, and now it is dark, and the breath is slow, and the body is heavy in the way only evening brings. The thinking mind is beginning to loosen its grip on the things it was holding. Not because it has failed, because it has done what it can do, and the rest belongs to the other kind of knowing, the kind that moves without effort, the kind that the butterfly uses. The ancient commentators on this text, those quiet scholars who spent their lives beside it, often noted that the dream is not presented as a confusion, but as a clarity. The word used for the not knowing is not the word for ignorance or doubt. It is closer to the word for openness, for the state of a thing that has not been closed in either direction. Bujur, the not knowing, reads not as failure but as a description of a genuine state of affairs. The scholar woke and the not knowing was there, accurate and precise like a measurement. It did not mean he was confused. It meant he was being truthful about what was actually the case. This is something worth resting near for a moment, being truthful about what is actually the case. You do not know in this hour the full shape of what you are becoming as you move towards sleep. The waking mind will carry some of it, the name, the history, the long cord of memory that makes you recognizably yourself. But sleep takes some of that weight and holds it elsewhere, gently, the way water holds a stone it has been carrying for a long time. And in the brief space between the laying down of that weight and its return in the morning, there is a form of not knowing that is not loss. It is, if anything, a kind of accuracy, a truthfulness about the condition of the thing. You are right now in the opening of that passage. The question of which is dreaming which is not one that your sleeping mind will need to carry. It can set that question down the way the body sets down the posture of a long day, slowly, gratefully, without ceremony. The question will still be there. Questions of this depth do not go anywhere, but you do not need to hold it. It holds itself. In the long tradition of holding questions open, there is a beautiful understanding that the question and the questioner are not separate things. Zhuangzi is not outside the question looking at it. He is inside it. The question was made by the dissolution of the boundary between him and the butterfly, and he waking finds himself living on the inside of that dissolution. He is the question, not as a riddle, not as a problem, but as a form, a temporary arrangement of the same flowing substance that is also the butterfly, also the dream, also the waking. The listener drifting towards sleep is also inside the question. There is no position from which you stand outside it, examining it from a safe distance. The question is the same question your body is asking right now, in the dark. As the waking mind grows quieter, and the other kind of knowing begins to move, which is real, the person who lay down, or the one who will wake? Which is doing the dreaming? Either way, the stillness is the same. The philosophers left it there. They wrote it down and let it rest. They trusted that a question capable of outlasting the answer, a question alive still, centuries after it was asked, still warm, still open, had done its work not by resolving, but by remaining, by being the kind of thing that could be held without forcing, a gate left ajar, air moving on both sides. The night around you is like that now, open on both sides. Somewhere between the heaviness of your body and the lightness that is already beginning. Somewhere in that soft, unpinnable passage, the question floats. It does not need you to answer it. It does not need you to do anything at all. It simply rests inside the same stillness that holds the butterfly, the philosopher, the dream that neither one can fully claim. And that stillness is not empty. It is full of something. Something that has no name and needs none, and it is moving through you right now, slow and warm, the way breath moves, the way the question moves, belonging to no one, touching everything, and asking nothing in return. That something, that unnamed moving warmth, has a name in the oldest Chinese texts, though the name only points toward it rather than containing it. The texts call it qi, and once you know the word, you begin to sense it everywhere. The entry drawn from the Huainanzi, a great compendium of the deep past, assembled by scholars and philosophers under the Han Prince Liu An, carries this idea at its center. The principle recorded there is Qi Hua Wan Wu. Vital breath transforms the 10,000 things. Every form that exists, stone, river, scholar, insect, is not a fixed object but a temporary gathering of this one flowing substance, a shape that Qi has made for a while, and will, in time, unmake. This is not a metaphor in the way the word is now used. The writers of the Huainanzi meant it as a description of how the world actually works. Qi was not poetry, it was physics, or the closest thing to physics they had, and at the center of that physics, breath. Your breath right now, moving slowly in the dark, the soft rise of your chest, the pause at the top, where the body is briefly full, the long quiet fall of the exhale, the body releasing what it held. That movement, the one happening in you right now, is the same movement the old texts were describing. Not a symbol of qi, qi itself, flowing through a form it has made. The Huainanzi records that before the world took shape, there was a vast undifferentiated flowing, formless, directionless, not dark and not bright, neither warm nor cold, neither moving nor still. It simply was. And from that original flowing things began to gather. The light and dispersed rose to become sky. The heavy and dense settled to become earth. In between, qi continued to move, and from that movement, all living things arose, each one a particular arrangement, a temporary concentration of the same substance that had always been moving. Zhuangzi knew this. His writing returns to it again and again, not as argument, but as observation. He noticed that things were always changing, that a caterpillar who enters a cocoon and a butterfly who emerges from one are not two creatures. They are one substance moving through two arrangements. That the man who falls asleep and the man who wakes are not identical. Something has shifted. Something has passed through. Something has moved. What moves is qi. What shifts is form. And the shifting is as natural as breathing. There is a way to hold this that feels frightening. The idea that you are not a fixed thing, that the boundaries of your body and your name are less permanent than they seem. But there is another way to hold it, and it is the way these old texts actually ask you to hold it. Form is not a prison that dissolves. It is a gift that visits. You were gathered out of something vast and moving. For a while, this warm and breathing while, you have a shape. And that shape will continue to change slowly and gently, the way all things change, not by violence but by the quiet permission of qi flowing on. You can feel your body growing heavier now, the small tensions in your shoulders, in your jaw, in the space behind your eyes, They are softening, slowly releasing into the surface beneath you. That release is real. That is form yielding, just a little. That is the body remembering what it is made of. In the butterfly dream, Zhuangzi and the butterfly are usually spoken of as two beings, a philosopher and an insect, separated by the wall of sleep and the question of who is dreaming whom. But seen through the lens of Qi, that framing shifts. They are not two beings at all. They are two arrangements of the same flowing substance, two shapes that Qi has drawn, temporarily with the same breath. The Huainanzi uses the image of water to make this clear. Water in a vessel takes the shape of the vessel. Pour it into a different vessel and it takes that shape. The water does not cease to be water. It has not become something else. It has simply accepted a new form. And when it is poured out onto open ground, it spreads and loses form altogether. And in losing form, it has not died. It has returned to a larger flowing. Zhuangzi, in sleep, pours out of his waking shape. Something lighter lifts, wings. The butterfly, at some point, in the dream or beside it, finds itself weighted with something it cannot name. Thoughts, perhaps. The slow heaviness of a scholar's particular awareness. Neither transition requires a dramatic rupture. Neither requires the destruction of what came before. The water is still water. The Qi is still Qi. Only the vessel has changed, and the change is as soft and ordinary as the movement of breath. The breath again. Your breath. Notice how it moves without your managing it. Even now, even as you read these words into the dark behind your eyes, your body is breathing on its own, an old knowledge that does not need your attention to continue. In and out, the form assembling itself gently with each inhale, the form releasing itself gently with each exhale. Each exhale is a small dissolution, not a loss, a release. The body giving back a little of what it holds, trusting that the next breath will come, and it always does. Qi flowing in again, warm and quiet, gathering the form back to itself. In waking, the body holds its shape with a certain effort, the muscles keeping their tone, the mind maintaining its sense of where it ends, and the world begins. As sleep comes closer, that effort softens. The muscles let go, one layer at a time. The breath slows. The sense of boundary, the feeling of being a particular person in a particular place, grows less sharp, less insistent. This is not the self disappearing. This is Qi remembering that it does not have to hold any single form so tightly. The butterfly knows this in a way the philosopher struggles to. A butterfly does not maintain its outline through effort. It simply is the shape it is lightly, for now. Wings opening and closing with the ease of something that has never been in conflict with its own form. When Zhuangzi dreams himself into that shape, he borrows something from it. A certain ease with impermanence, a willingness to rest inside a form without gripping. The Huainanzi entry notes that Qi moves through all living things as breath moves through a hollow reed, not owned by the reed, not altered by it, but given a particular sound by the particular shape of the passage. The sound you make, the life you are, is the sound this breath makes through this particular form, for this particular while. And the sound is changing even now as you grow quieter. The reed settling, the music slowing. What remains when the sound fades is not silence exactly. It is the breath itself, still moving, unhurried, needing no instrument to justify its motion. Zhuangzi falls asleep. The Qi that has been making the sound of a philosopher begins, slowly, to make a different sound, lighter, less weighted with names and certainties. A sound that opens outward, that moves without thinking, the butterfly, and in some other corner of the dream, or the same corner seen from the other side, something that has been moving in the open air finds itself suddenly interior, suddenly aware of walls, the walls of thought, of memory, of the particular weight of one life held in one body, a brief strange heaviness, something very like being named, Zhuangzi. Neither sound replaces the other. They are both sounds the same breath is making, in two different moments, through two different passages. What moves between them, the breath itself, the key itself, is the same, always the same. It is never stopped. Your body is very still now. The thoughts that were present earlier in the evening, the accumulated small concerns, the plans and second guessings, they have grown more distant. Not gone, perhaps, but distant. The way sound grows distant when you move through a door and the door closes quietly behind you. You are on the other side of something, and it is warmer here and quieter. The form you wear tonight, the particular arrangement of breath and weight and warmth that is you, in this bed, in this darkness, is held by the same vast and moving substance that has held every form that has ever breathed. The stone in the river, the cedar on the mountain, the philosopher at his writing desk, setting down his brush, closing his eyes, the butterfly lifting from a flower in a garden that may or may not be inside a dream. All of them temporary shapes of one flowing thing. All of them real while they last, warm and breathing and present, and held, not tightly, but completely, by something that moves through each of them the way breath moves through a sleeping form. In and out, in and out. The key does not rest. It is always moving, always transforming, always carrying some form toward another form. But within that unceasing motion, each particular arrangement has its moment of stillness. Each vessel, for a while, holds the water that is passing through it. This is your stillness now, this particular form, in this particular dark, holding the breath that is moving through it. And the breath will continue long after the thoughts have gone quiet, long after the last soft effort of remaining one thing rather than another has dissolved into the warm, undivided flowing that the old texts called qi, and that the philosopher glimpsed in a garden, and that the butterfly wore like wings, briefly, lightly, and then lifted from, and did not mourn. The butterfly and the philosopher rest together now, somewhere between one breath and the next. They have always been resting there, and they are not alone. The old texts did not preserve only one such moment. The world that produced the butterfly dream was a world full of such moments, figures who slipped between forms, sages who wore their shapes loosely, dreamers who woke to find the edges of themselves had shifted in the night. The butterfly dream is the most famous, but it is not the only one. There is a kind of comfort in that. The collection known as the Soushen Ji, Ganbao's gathering of strange and true accounts, is a long, patient document of the world's permeability. Ganbao recorded what others had witnessed or heard or half remembered, and what he preserved was not a catalogue of monsters, but something closer to a catalogue of thresholds, places where one thing became another, moments where the line between what something was and what it became was too thin to see clearly. The butterfly dream belongs to that catalogue, but so do dozens of other figures, other turnings, other mornings when a person woke and found the shape of their night still clinging to them. Consider the accounts of the shifting sages, figures described in the Soushen Ji tradition, as capable of wearing more than one form. The entry known as SSJ013 records something of this. The transformations attributed to the sage called Lao Tzu, who in the old stories did not simply teach about the nature of form, he demonstrated it. 72 transformations, the text suggests. 72 arrangements of the same deep essence. The number is not important. What is important is the image, a being for whom form was not a fixed condition, but a kind of clothing, something you could put on, something you could, in the right conditions, change. This is not described as a violent or frightening thing in the old accounts. It is described as natural, the way a river finds a new channel, the way a cedar tree bends in wind and does not break. Form shifts because form is not the deepest thing. Beneath the 72 arrangements, something remains constant, something that cannot be listed or described, only approached sidelong, the way you approach a very bright light by looking just beside it. Your body is heavy now and warm. The places where you rest against the surface beneath you have softened further. You do not need to think about any of this. The story comes to you, and you receive it. The way a stone at the bottom of a river receives the water moving over it, without effort, without holding. The sage's transformations and the philosopher's butterfly are different in scale. One is a succession of outward changes, worn deliberately. The other is a single, quiet dissolving in sleep. But they point in the same direction. They both say, the form you currently wear is not the only form available. It is simply the one you are resting in now. And there are others in the long catalogue. Figures who became birds briefly. Figures who in the space of a dream inhabited a mountain or a river or a season. In some accounts, a person falls asleep beneath a tree and wakes in a different century, the tree now ancient, the village transformed beyond recognition. In others, a dreamer speaks with their dead grandmother and knows upon waking that the conversation was real, that some version of the dreamer had actually traveled somewhere, had worn a different kind of lightness for a few hours, and had returned. The Soushen Ji does not ask you to explain these accounts. It asks only that you receive them. Ganbao was a careful man by the standards of his time. He did not record what he thought was impossible. He recorded what people knew or believed they knew to be true, and what they knew collectively across centuries and regions and circumstances was this: the self is not sealed. That is the quiet thread running beneath all the transformation tales. Not that selves are destroyed, not that what you are is meaningless, but that the container is more open than it appears in the daylight hours, when everything is solid and named and certain. At night the container softens. There is an account preserved in a different corner of the old literature, but belonging to the same world, of a man who dreamed he was a fish, not a dream about a fish, the way we might say we dreamed about a mountain or a city. He was the fish. He felt the cold press of water against his sides. He felt the particular dimness of a river bottom, the smooth stone surfaces beneath him, the current moving him almost without his participation, and he moved with it. For the length of the dream, he was entirely that. He did not remember being a man. He did not think of his house or his name or the texture of his morning rice. He was the fish completely, the way a flame is completely the burning. He woke, and he was a man again, but something of the water stayed with him, some coolness in the chest, some memory of moving without effort. The old texts do not explain this. They do not need to. The account is sufficient. It rests there in the collection the way a stone rests at the bottom of a clear river, visible, still, asking nothing. The butterfly dream is like that. Zhuangzi woke and could not say with certainty which direction the dreaming ran, but the waking was not frightening. The not knowing was not a wound. It was, if anything, a softening, the way a room feels after rain has passed through an open window, cooler and more open than before. Each figure in the catalogue offers this in a different texture. The sage offers it as deliberate practice. Form can be taken up and set down. The man who became a fish offers it as surprise. You may find yourself somewhere else without preparation, and the somewhere else may be beautiful. Zhuangzi offers it as a question that does not close. You may not know when you return which way the current was running, and that is also acceptable. All of them, the sage with 72 shapes, the man and the fish, the philosopher and the butterfly, point toward the same still center. Not a conclusion, not an answer, a place where the question and the questioner have both become quiet. You are approaching something like that now, not a place you need to find or reach. You are not traveling toward it. It is simply what this darkness already is. When the effort of naming things has been set down, when the shapes you have been carrying, the shape of your day, the shape of your concerns, the shape of the person you spend your waking hours maintaining, when those shapes have softened enough that they no longer feel like hard edges, the procession of figures continues very softly. There are others in the old collection, a woman who became a white crane and stood in shallow water for longer than a human lifetime, watching the reeds, a child who woke speaking a language no one recognized, and by evening had forgotten it entirely, though for a few hours the words had come with great ease. A hermit in the mountains who dreamed the mountain was dreaming him, and who spent his remaining years unsure of the distinction, and who seemed, by all accounts, entirely at peace with that uncertainty. Each one is different. Each one is the same. Form is borrowed. This is what the tales taken together say. Not that form is false, not that it is unimportant, but that it is borrowed, the way light is borrowed from the sun, the way a river borrows its water from the rain and returns it to the sky. You use the form, you inhabit it, you breathe and move and think within it, and then, in the hours that belong to sleep, you set some of it down. What you set down is returned to the great circulation, the chi moving through everything, rearranging the forms it passes through as gently as wind rearranges the surface of still water. And in the morning, most of it comes back. Most of what you set down returns to you, or something very close to it. You recognize yourself in the mirror, you remember your name, you know the shape of your life well enough to step back into it, the way a foot settles back into a familiar shoe. But not all of it returns in exactly the same arrangement. The sage knew this, Zhuangzi knew this, the man who swam in the river dream knew this, in the place beneath words where knowledge lives without needing to be spoken. What you are when you wake may be subtly, gently different from what lay down, and that is not something to resist. It is the nature of the transformation. It is the slow, soft work that sleep does on form, smoothing the edges, loosening what had grown rigid, returning some small part of you to the great circulation, so that when the form reassembles in the morning light, it is a little more open, a little more itself. The butterfly lifts from the philosopher's chest, the sage assumes another shape, and another, and rests inside each one for exactly as long as the moment requires. The man in the river dream stops trying to remember his name, and the current carries him, and the stone beneath him is smooth, and the water is cold and perfect, and there is nothing to do but be the fish, completely, for a little while. The woman who became a crane stands in the shallow water and does not move. The reeds bend in a slow wind. The sky above her is enormous and pale, and she has no thoughts about it. Only the water around her legs, and the stillness, and the light changing, and the reeds. All of it the philosopher and the butterfly, the sage and his 72 forms, the dreamer and the fish and the crane standing in the shallows. All of it rests inside the same wide, unhurried darkness that holds you now. The woman and the crane are the same stillness. The fish and the man are the same water. And the philosopher who woke one morning unable to say his own name with certainty, he is here too, resting in the same darkness that holds them all. Something begins to happen now, quietly, the way mist dissolves when the morning light strengthens. Not because anything has been resolved, but because the distinctions were always softer than they appeared. The boundaries between the facets of this story, the way we said, here is one angle and here is another, those were never walls. They were more like silk panels in a long room, and you have been walking through them all night, and now the panels have grown so thin that you can see light through all of them at once. The principle of thing transformation, Wu Hua, was where this all began. The idea that forms are not fixed, that what something is at this moment is one arrangement of a substance that was always moving, always becoming something else. The caterpillar does not mourn the cocoon. The season does not grieve its passing. Change is not loss. It is the way the world breathes, and that was the first facet. Then came the Soushen Ji, with its plain and matter-of-fact record of butterflies becoming people. Not as metaphor, not as dream logic, as something the catalogers believed they were writing down faithfully, the way you record the height of a flood or the price of silk. The boundary between butterfly and person was porous. The text said so. The dream sat inside a world where such things happened, where the question Zhuangzi asked was not strange at all. It was simply the correct question to ask in a world built like that. And that was the second facet. Then came the dreamer himself, the weight of him, the scholar's robes, the room in the afternoon, the slow process of waking, when the self returns not all at once, but in layers, like ink spreading through water. Identity reassembling, the name coming back, the hands, the walls, and underneath all of that returning, the faint trace of wings, something that had been true, briefly, completely, and then was the other thing again. And then the dreamed, the butterfly, which was not a lesser position, only a different one, pure sensation, pure light and motion, and for one breath, weighted with a philosopher's thoughts, and then not. The butterfly did not need to understand what had happened. It was already the next flower, the next moment of wind, moving without requiring an explanation of its own movement. These two, the dreamer and the dreamed, they seemed like opposites when we named them separately. But you may have noticed, somewhere in the long hours of this night, that the distance between them was never very large. The dreamer wakes into uncertainty. The dreamed continues without requiring certainty. Both are inside the same circuit. What looks like two positions is the same point, described from the outside and from the inside. The same word, said in two different directions. Your breath is slow now. Your body has settled further into wherever you are lying. The weight of your limbs is not uncomfortable. It is the weight of something that has been moving for a long time and has come at last to a place of rest. That weight is real. It is exactly where it should be. Then there was the question itself, the one that does not demand an answer. Was it Zhuangzi dreaming the butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming Zhuangzi? We spent time with that question not to solve it, but to learn how to rest inside it. The unanswerable, it turns out, is not disturbing. It is spacious. It is a room with no walls. And in a room with no walls, there is nothing to press against, nothing to push back, nothing to keep you from settling gently into the open. And then came breath, qi, the vital substance flowing through all forms, the medium through which transformation moves. Zhuangzi and the butterfly are not two beings exchanging positions. They are two shapes briefly held in the same flow, the way a river holds a whirlpool for a time, and then holds it differently, and then the water moves on and the shape dissolves and something else forms downstream. You breathe, and the qi moves in you. You release the breath and it returns to the larger circulation that holds everything. Each exhale is a small release of form, each inhale a gentle reassembly, and finally the chorus. All the other dreamers, the other transformers, the man in the river who stopped knowing his name, the woman who stood in the shallows as a crane, the sage with his 72 forms, all of them. They were not there to crowd the story. They were there to show that this is not a singular event. This is the texture of the world. This is what the world is like when you look at it from close enough or from far enough away. A continuous, unhurried passage of forms into other forms, none of them final, none of them false. All 7 angles. And now, here, in this hour, they do not need to be held separately. The philosopher and the butterfly are not a puzzle to be solved. They are a demonstration of something, a single transformation that was noticed and written down and has been passed through hands and centuries, arriving here, to this room, to this moment, where you are breathing slowly and the lights are dim or dark, and your body has become soft with tiredness. Philosophy and mythology, it turns out, grow in the same garden. The Soushen Ji and the Zhuangzi lean against the same wall. One catalogues the transformation. One questions the nature of the one who transforms. They are asking the same question. They are looking at the same butterfly. And your body, right now, as you lie in this quiet, your body is itself a form in gentle transition. Not dramatically, not all at once, but the breath moves through you and changes you slightly, and the hours pass and change you slightly, and sleep will come or has already come in places, the way warmth comes to cold stone, first at the surface, then slowly deeper, until even the stone is warm all the way through. The dreamer and the dreamed, the waking and the sleeping, these are not contradictions. They are the same movement, watched from different points along its path. You do not need to choose a position inside this. You are already inside it. You have been inside it since you closed your eyes. The circuit that connects Zhuangzi to his butterfly, the thing transformation, the flowing breath, the permeable boundary between one form and another, that circuit does not end at the edge of an old story. It is the shape of what is happening right now in this body, in this room, in this long and quiet passage between one moment and the next. The crane stands in the still water. The fish moves below the surface without thinking about moving. The philosopher breathes softly in a room that is becoming dark. The butterfly rests on a stone, all of them inside the same wide, unhurried darkness. All of them exactly where they are, and the darkness holds them all. It does not ask which of them is real. It does not ask which is dreaming. It simply holds. There is something resting now, in the stillness, in the soft dark behind your eyelids, in the long quiet of this room. You are not sure what it is. It may be a person. It may be a butterfly. It may be both, or neither, or something that does not need a name. The distinction has grown very small. It is the size of a breath held for a moment before it releases. And now it has released. The wings, if there are wings, are folded. The hands, if there are hands, are open and still. Whatever this form is, it is resting. The old text said it simply, the principle of thing transformation, wu-wa, the understanding that all forms pass gently into one another, that nothing holds its shape so tightly it cannot soften, and the transformation does not look like anything dramatic. It does not announce itself. It looks like a body growing heavier. It looks like a thought dissolving before it finishes forming. It looks like the space between one breath and the next growing slightly longer. Something is resting in a garden, or in a room, or in a place that is neither and both. A stone is nearby, warm from a day that has ended. The air moves so gently it barely moves at all. There is no question to answer here. There was a question once. Which was dreaming which? Which was the dreamer and which the dreamed? And it was a beautiful question, a question shaped like an open hand rather than a closed one. But even that question has grown quiet now. It has done its work. It asked you to loosen your hold on the certainty of what you are, and you did. And now it rests too. Your breathing is slow. You may not have noticed how slow it has become, or when it became that way. That is fine. The slowing did not need your attention. It happened the way the butterfly's wings fold at dusk, without decision, without effort, simply because the light has changed and the body knows, your body knows, something is resting. The philosopher slept in his room in a world long before this one, and his name dissolved into wings and soft air, and the movement of a small life unbothered by its own meaning. And the butterfly rested on a stone somewhere, in a garden that may not have existed, and felt for a moment the strange weight of a name, of a history, of a self that stretched backward and forward in time. And then both of them released that feeling. Both of them let the question go. Both of them rested, not at the beginning of it, not at the end, just inside it, the way a stone is inside a river, held, surrounded, slowly and gently worn into the shape of something even quieter than before. The wings are folded. The room is dark. The breath is slow and even. It does not matter now whether you are the one dreaming or the one being dreamed. Both possibilities feel the same from here. Both feel like this, like weight settling, like the last small tension leaving a hand that has been holding something for a long time. You are not holding anything now. There is nothing to hold. The circuit is closed. Whatever you are in this moment, dreamer or dreamed, philosopher or butterfly, the one who drifts or the one who is drifted into, you are resting. The darkness is the same darkness the butterfly knows. The stillness is the same stillness that filled Zhuangzi's room. The breath is the same breath, the flowing qi, moving through all things, moving through you now, soft and continuous, and asking nothing. There is nothing to understand, there is nothing to decide. There is only this, something resting, in the stillness, in the dark, rest.